Probably help if I actually unmuted Dark Souls. Probably like to be able to hear the game. There we go. Okie dokie, so last time we were here, we left off with failing to kill the Moonlight Butterfly. I was able to kill it on the Prepare to Die edition of the game, but I lost one time on the Remastered edition, so I gave... That's what happens when you click back into the menu. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna go kill a giant butterfly, even though it can't particularly help right now because I don't have spears. And unfortunately, someone decided to kill the one merchant that I know for a fact sells spears. I was half tempted to just play this game off stream and get much farther along, but I decided I wanted to actually keep my progress consistent between the streams, so I didn't really do anything here. I temporarily created a new sorcerer named Diego, who I played for all of 2 minutes before I decided to stop. Where are you? Oh, there you are. I don't think I can even shoot it right now. I did, however, consult the Vector Life wiki for how to... about something else. And I learned that I completely messed things up in terms of attunement leveling. Yeah, go sit down for a second, you'll be fine. Hopefully now that sounds better. I don't know if that was way too loud for you guys or not. But yeah, it turns out that I completely misread the stats for leveling up, and there is just one for just straight up attunement leveling. So I felt kind of silly about that. See, I don't know why when last time we were here, I had such a hard time against that guy. He's so easily beatable. Okay. Just had to make sure my thing was properly displaying and streaming properly. This one-man operation has a lot of moving parts. Open up chat just in case. I do remember how to get to Blighttown, though, so we got that going for us. Well, Blighttown by way of Undeadburg, I mean. I knew all about the going to Blighttown by way of the New Londo Water Park Valley of the Drakes entrance, but I was always curious about going from Undeadburg, fighting the Capra Demon and all that. Hopefully, if/when we go fight the Capra Demon, I don't spend nearly 2 hours just fighting the one boss and running back and forth. Do I have 20,000 souls? Can I buy the Seal of Artorias? I should probably homeward bone it because I don't want to mess with these guys. Oh right, the whole reason I want to go through Undeadburg to get to Blighttown is because that's where Griggs is. And Griggs can sell you sorceries back at a Firelink. See, there's a reason for it. It's not just my madness. Not just, anyway. How do you even get rubbish, anyway? I should go back to Firelink so I can boost the Estus Flask. I kind of want to use the Soul of the Moonlight Butterfly just to get souls, but I know that I can get like a pretty good intelligent scaling spear out of it. And in my own particular stupid way of thinking, I'm vaguely considering trying to platinum the... Well, why would you do that? I didn't even know there was anything down there. I'm thinking about maybe platinuming in this game again. But, you know, that's just a perhaps, maybe. That's future me's problem. Future 8-bit. I mentioned that I wanted to start playing this off stream, and mainly that's just because I just enjoy playing Dark Souls. I just think it's a good game to play. I recall years ago, the owner of a game store that I knew, he got on my case because I mentioned that I play Dark Souls games to relax. And he was just aghast because why would I play such a stressful game to relax? And it's like, I don't know, man, it's just fun. It's easy for me. Take the Ember, you. Oh, right, he has the Seal of Artorias. I was going to just leave, but then I remembered that he's got the Crest of Artorias, and I was just talking about that. I don't know if I have enough soldier souls for it, though. I don't think this is going to give me 7,000. Yep, no. So I think what we'll do is we'll go run past Havel, go back up, go across the walkway, go down the stairs, go into the lower Undeadburg. First we'll kill this guy who can't walk through a door. Yeah, we're gonna run to the tower, run up the tower, run across the walkway, run down a different tower, trigger every single dog and assassin between here and there, kick open a door, rescue Griggs, hopefully. Depending on if we stop on the way at another bonfire, I might just try to go get the Capra Demon. I need to decide whether or not I'm doing the DLC or just the main game. I'll probably do the DLC. because... Okay. I wasn't sure if I got the lizard before or not. So I haven't been here yet. Of course, all this talking about playing the game off stream, I did have a vague notion to just like move this game off the schedule, which I don't think I ever posted here on Twitch. I thought about removing this from the schedule and just play more Rule of Rose, so I'm trying to be better about actually finishing things these days, sticking to schedules and so on. Did I get the black... Okay. I was about to ask if I got the Black Knight or not. Guess that answers that question. My mind is just all over the place today. For some reason, talking about the Black Knight right here made me remember some old comedy movie no one remembers from 20-odd years ago, which then made me remember a Sonic the Hedgehog game for the Wii. And it's like, why are you rambling like this, you crazy man? I never even played that Sonic game. I don't much care for Sonic the Hedgehog. But I just remember the title of Sonic and the Black Knight. So... These guys are capable of dropping better weapons, but they never do. I guess it's fine because I'm weak. I'm not a melee guy, so it's not like I'll be able to use it anyway, but... When I join Gwendolyn's Covenant, I'm gonna wind up losing the Ring of Favor and Protection, I just know it. Because I know Gwendolyn and, like, at least one other person give you a ring that increases the amount of attunement slots you have. I should kindle this. But I won't. I'll probably wind up doing it later, back when I have to burn like 4 humanities to do it. That's great math. Well done, you. But yeah, Gwendolyn, I know, gives you the Dark Moon Ring, and I think Griggs or Big Hat give you an attunement ring as well. I'm gonna keep it real with you, gang. I've never played a sorcerer in this game. I was always a sword and board guy. I'm genuinely surprised that went as well as it did. I thought for sure he was gonna get me as I was trying to run up the stairs. I kind of wish there was a way to get him to fall to his death. I know that's ironic considering where you find him in Anne Rolando, but that doesn't help me now. I need him dead now. Oh, right. Something I was thinking about doing is I was thinking about just like dropping swords, maces, etc. entirely and just focusing entirely on trying to do nothing but spell casting for damage. I really think I should be able to get above that guy, but I just don't remember how. I always feel kind of I kind of have to resist my murderous impulses to kill Solaire here. He doesn't really do anything to me, he's just there, but part of me is just like, what if I just took him out? Endear myself to everyone in the fandom by just being like, yeah, I kill him just because. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the spells you can get from Big Hat Logan. I know you save him in Sen's Funhouse. I know that he also shows up in Seath's prison. But, like I said, I've never really played a Sorcerer before, so... That's just a really narrow amount of walking space here. You ever look at some of the architecture in games and are just like, man, I would not want to have to deal with that on a daily basis? I would not want to have to keep walking down all these steps that don't have a handrail. Just, I would constantly be worried that I was going to just fall and just, you know, roll down the all 15 million steps and just lie dead at the bottom of the stairs. Oh, right, it's the red moss clump that does that. Okay. I was about to say, I wondered if there was an item to cure blood loss, but then I remembered the red moss clump. Whoop. I forgot all about the guys here. I probably should have mentioned that one on stream. Well, that's just a shame. I guess I should hit the bonfire next to the Drake. See if I can get away without listening to his 3 albums that came out. And then just run back to the tower. Of course, now I can just actually just circle back around to the front of Undeadburg. Say the name of the place and then you immediately forget it. I wonder if... That thought it wasn't going to go anywhere. I just decided to end it. That's something I could do with one of these games. One of the things I like to do with character creators is I will occasionally try to just, like, recreate characters from other franchises. I don't think that's a very unique perspective. Like, in Neo 3, for instance, my character is fashioned after Mordred from the Fate series. And so, since I played the song earlier, I'm now considering making a character that looks like ABBA from Guilty Gear. I mean, obviously you won't be able to have the giant key to swing at people, but... You know, just the... Either the red hair or the green hair look. I don't know which one I prefer. I only ever first learned about ABBA from Strive. I wasn't playing Guilty Gear back then. I do have a funny little anecdote about Guilty Gear, though. Way back in high school, 20-odd years ago, I went and took part in like a release event slash tournament for, I think it was a new Mortal Kombat game. And so one of the things you could take as like a participation prize was just a silver disc that said it was the game Guilty Gear Asuka. And so I was like, oh, a demo? And so I took it, and I got it home, and I found out I had got the whole game of Guilty Gear Asuka for completely free. Because somehow the GameStop I was at got a, they for some reason got sent a review copy. So, I wish Guilty Gear Asuka was a better game, but I recall liking what I played of it. Even though it had a really bizarre turning mechanic. As you know in fighting games, when your opponent jumps over you, your character just automatically turns to fight them. In Guilty Gear Asuka, you had to actually push a button to turn around to face them. So if they jumped over you and you didn't push the button, you were still just facing where you were facing before. Also, the one thing that I really...
Help me! Unlock the door. Damn, I'm finished. How did...
Oh, calm down, you. You didn't even try to escape.
Brilliant. Thank you. I am thirsty.
Get out of here, Griggs.
Oh, hello. I have my... Besides,
Well, see you in the funny papers. Of course, nowadays, whenever I think of Guilty Gear Asuka, I just think of this one song in particular. I don't remember the name of it. And that's only because it was used as, like, the level 1 theme for a hard platformer called I Wanna Be the Guy. I don't know if that game's even still playable on modern systems. But I Wanna Be the Guy was like a Mario Kaizo type of game where it's just like hard as hell for basically no good reason. And I just remember this song from Guilty Gear Asuka because it's the 1-1 theme, basically. I don't remember which song it was. I know it wasn't Holy Order's Be Just or Be Dead, but who remembers anything about Guilty Gear Asuka? This isn't even a jab at people that don't remember games that came out more than 5 years ago. It's just genuinely who remembers it. You ever think of the old Guilty Gears, you just think of like X or X2 Double Cross. No one ever thinks of Guilty Gear 1. Which is a shame because I enjoy the instant kill moves in that game. I cannot perform them for the life of me. And of course, trying to play the game nowadays, I'm willingly going into basically get mugged. All the old Guilty Gear fans who still play Guilty Gear 1, they've had like nearly 30 years to get good at the game. Whereas I play fighting games strictly casually, so... Oh, come on. I really think I should run back to Firelink. I don't think I should try to take on... Capra Demon. I almost called him Taurus Demon. I remember back in the original Dark Souls days, slash Prepare to Die edition, you could... I should have demonstrated this while I was up here instead of running away first. You used to be able to just, like, throw dung pies over this wall to poison the Capra Demon to kill him before the fight even begins. I don't know if that carried over to Remastered. Now that I think about it, that was also a very similar way to deal with Manus in the DLC. Where you could basically just, like, stand just so on a ledge to be able to shoot him from above so he dies before you even step foot in the arena. Yeah, if I just wanted to go fight the Capra Demon, I almost did it again. If I wanted to go fight the Capra Demon, I would for sure lose. I got, like, basically no heavy soul arrows. I got no Estus. I have fire bombs, so I don't think that would help. Apparently, that's the lady that sells you poison cure items. How many 2-minute slots do I actually have? I have 3. Oh, right. Okay, because I was about to say, why don't I only have 2 equipped then? But then I remembered that I got 2 soul arrows equipped. I'm tempted to buy another heavy soul arrow so that way I can replace one of my regular soul arrows with it. Of course, I also know that I should probably just save the souls until I can go buy the Crest of Artorias. I can go try to fight Sif way earlier than I probably should. Is Petra still alive here? Griggs? I can't believe I let this man live. I'm going soft in my old age. So, but yeah, I wasn't really playing Guilty Gear as anything other than a casual back when Cross 2 Accent Core came out, so I didn't know ABBA existed. I also didn't really play Exerd Sign, Revelator, that sort of thing. We're gonna buy one more 2-minute slot. So, when ABBA was announced for Guilty Gear Strive, I was just like, I don't know who this lady is, but she looks cool. Teach me sorceries. Teach me sorceries, woman. I'm just burning through my souls, that's what I'm doing. What is the difference between Great Soul Arrow and Heavy Soul Arrow? Okay, so we all need to just forget about the part where I said I was going to not use any souls and I was going to save them for Artoria, Sif, I mean. We all just need to forget that I said that. Because I never said that. I think that was all just a misdirection by the mainstream media. Also, I feel like that probably would have been a waste on this dinky little hollow. So I guess the question is going to be, how good is it going to do against Capra Demon? I guess we'll find out. I'm trying to remember offhand. I'm thinking about Guilty Gear now, and I blame it on the fact that I was listening to the soundtrack earlier. I'm trying to remember characters that were actually introduced in Exerd. Because the only characters I can really think of are ones that have been there since at least X2, or were introduced in Strive. Like, I could not tell you who was actually introduced in Revelator, in Exerd Revelator. I think maybe Bedman, but I can't say that for certainty because he might have been there since Accent Core, for all I know. I would like to see them bring back some of the characters that have died from, like, the very first couple of entries. I know no one's asking for it, but bring back Cliff Underson? I think that's his name? Who's basically just like this little dwarf guy, but he's got a big honking sword. I recall seeing him in Guilty Gear 1, and I just thought he was greatly amusing. But yeah, like, the new characters that I know for a fact are new characters are people like Happy Chaos, or he's been in the story before, but Oscar R. Cruz. I know that he was only introduced as a playable character in Strive. Whereas characters like Blightcon, Eno, that sort of thing, they've been there for at least 3 other mainline entries. I don't know if Eno, Angimito... I think Blightcon was definitely there. Saul was definitely there. Kai was there in the originals. But, like, I don't know when exactly Sin Kisk got introduced to the series. I think he might have been introduced in Guilty Gear 2 Overture. But I can't say that for certain. Oh, that was a mistake. Sometimes he just walks slowly toward you. I should have healed before I came in here. It was the fall that killed me. He didn't get me. Sometimes Capra just, like, does a slow walk toward you, and then, like, this time he decided enough's enough, and just... he hauled ass to get me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sin Kisk was introduced in Overture, which was a proto-MOBA type of game. The only character I can think of that might have been introduced in Exerd is Leo Whitefang. But I don't know. Like, I know with one of the new DLC characters, I don't know when she actually came out, Umineko, she was introduced in the anime series that's currently running, or was running. I think it's over now. Dual Riders, I think it was called. And I know that Unica basically reads like someone's self-insert character because they introduced Unica in the story, and then suddenly May, Bridget, and so many other characters just like fell madly in love with Unica. That reminds me of a funny thing that I recall hearing once. At some convention ages ago, someone was doing an interview with Daisuke Ishiwatari, the creator of Guilty Gear, and he was just like, "So what's the deal with Saul Bad Guy and things like that?" And he's like, "Oh, they're just the various characters are there because they're the types of people I'm attracted to." You know, in the case of the women characters, because apparently Daisuke got big upset when people kept shipping Saul and Kai Kisk, basically. Which is why he created so many other memorable characters, because he wanted them to, you know, ship them instead. Daisuke Ishiwatari had a very definite case of the not gays. But in the interview, someone was like, "So how do you explain Bridget then?" And he's like, "Look, man, you just gotta accept it." Oh no, oh no! Shit! I didn't panic. Let the record show, I did not panic. And now I'm just remembering the old meme about Bridget from the Guilty Gear X2 days. Everyone's gay for Bridget. But then they announced the character's trans, and so I guess it's fine now. Which I think is just cowardice. If you were attracted to Bridget before, you should have just said. Now that I think about it, Guilty Gear is basically... Also, I got him in 2 tries. That's awesome. The last time I did this fight with this particular type of loadout, it took me nearly 2 hours. A lot of running back and forth. One of the things I appreciate about the Guilty Gear series is the fact that they are absolutely willing to just... to slut up their male characters. At the time, young me didn't notice it, but looking at Angie Mito's character design from Stripe, it's like, yeah, that's someone's fetish. That someone is me. That's a lie. We're gonna end that particular train of thought right there. But, like, you look at characters like Happy Chaos, and it's just like... Man, they put some horrors in that game. Is that Mildred? I think her name's Mildred. I know that there's the Man-Eater down in Blighttown. Go do your thing. The funny thing about the rumor that I heard about the creation of characters like Bridget and things like that, that Dice Game made them because he was tired of people shipping Kai and Saul together. Maybe it's just because I only ever got into the series well after X2. I never heard of a single person shipping Kai and Saul. But then again, I never particularly went around looking for lewd Guilty Gear stories. Well, that was a waste. I'm upset at everyone involved here. We all dropped the ball. We all dropped the ball, especially you, viewer. Like, I don't doubt the fact that there are probably people who, you know, paired Saul with Kai. But it's just, you know, it was the series, as I knew it at the time, that all these other characters existed, so I never really saw or looked for Saul with Kai. It was like Saul and Eno, or something like that. I wonder if I can still find my old stories. Probably not. The internet sucks at preservation these days. I wouldn't be surprised if the things are long gone. Oh no. I recall this guy getting stuck on the door leading further into the depths before. I didn't think he would actually try to come get me. Maybe it's just because it's a sort of generic look, but this guy reminds me of, like, a killer from a puppet combo game. I should play more puppet combos. They make decent stuff. I find them to be more entertaining than the stuff from oh, what are their names? There's another company that makes these lo-fi horror games. What is their name? Chill Arts. Chill Arts. They did, the ones that I remember specifically are Convenience Store and the one where you play as a live streamer. I couldn't tell you the name of it. They recently put out one that's a fishing horror. It's not really horror, but it's just like filled with a sense of dread. I think it's called, like, Umaragi? Something like that. I cannot remember it for the life of me, mainly because I don't care for chill art games. Like, they're more or less the same thing, just from different sides of the Pacific. But, like, Puppet Combo, at least when he puts out his horror games, you do slightly more than just, like, walk around slowly and hide from killers. And I played Convenience Store and what is the name of the one? There was another Chilla game where you played as like a delivery man, but you're like a late night delivery man delivering like Amazon packages. but you would deliver these packages to, these various apartments, and then eventually stuff starts getting proper spooky. Until eventually spoilers, you die, and then you take over as, like, the landlord for the building that the guy died in. And then you go investigate an apartment, and ghost gets you. It wasn't stigmatized property, because that's a different one. That has to do with a person who committed suicide. And, puppet combo stuff is kind of the same, where, you're just playing, like, a young 20-something who goes into an abandoned factory because you're in a car crash, and now there's a guy who's going to kill you with a power drill. Or you're like the production assistant on some extremely low rent, like, horror movie production, and then this killer shows up who's wearing, like, an Easter Bunny outfit, is, chasing you down. You gotta stealth around, or else he's gonna find you and kill you. You kind of get killed. One of the deaths is you basically get, like, bear hug. He just sort of, like, grabs you and just, like, cracks your back by just giving you a big bear hug. Now that I think about it, maybe I won't play more puppet combos. It's not the same developer, but I recall liking Gates of Hell, which is set during, like, the opening hours of a zombie apocalypse. There is also the delightfully titled Booty Creek Cheek Freak. But that's a different developer. That's, I think they're both by Black Eyed Priest. They're just published under the same label. I'm trying to remember if it's a Puppet Combo or some other developer who did Rewind or Die. Because I know there was also their Stay Out of the House. Night of Scissors was a good one. I really wish I could remember why I suddenly go on the mild tangents I go on. Yeah, there's Stay Out of the House. There's Bloodwash. I don't think that's the Puppy Condo either, though. That might also be Black Eyed Priest. But yeah, Puppet Combo, at least, Guy loves his jump scares, but he owns it. He's fully admitted that he just loves that. I really think I should be able to just, like, poke the stick through the gap here and just heavy soul arrow it. I guess you could say the Chilla art horror games are scarier because they're more mundane horror. Like, it's based around, you know, you're just going about your day-to-day and then spooky stuff starts happening. there was no particular reason for the ghost to show up to start messing with you in the convenience store. I didn't realize he twirls you. Or in the case of that live streamer game, I think that one might have actually just been called like Parasocial. I may be wrong. I'm probably wrong. I'd have to look it up. But you could argue that that one is more terrifying because of how realistic it is, because it's you know, you're living as a VTuber, and then suddenly some guy decides to start tracking you down and eventually trying to kill you. Much as people don't claim to not like it, it's got a somewhat poignant message. Whereas with the puppet combo stuff, Black Eyed Free stuff, is just like they're taking slasher movie concepts and just making video games of them. Which is fine. I think you're certainly allowed to do that. It's just a different type of horror, you know? I'm trying to remember the name of that game where you play as the delivery man. It's another one of these games where, also I'd say the same is true of a lot of chill art games. They're building up to, you know, the big jump scare, and it's like the game ends shortly thereafter. It's very definite, like, streamer bait. You know, because it's all building up to the big pop-off at the end. But I just think that, like, the messaging in some of these chill art games can be slightly more terrifying than... What are you doing? Oh, that doesn't look good at all. The messaging in a chill art game can be slightly more poignant versus what if we made a adventure action stealth game of Halloween, for instance. I only bring that up because there is specifically a puppet combo demo, at least, for a hypothetical Halloween game. You know, the upcoming Halloween game, I don't think is going to be a very effective horror game at all. I mean, I guess this all really depends on your own personal tolerance for horror, because, like, what I find scary / unsettling could greatly differ from what you think is terrifying. Maybe you're one of these people who looks at the amount, at the graphics and so on for Stay Out of the House, Rewind or Die, Blood Wash, etc., Booty Creek, Cheek Freak, and you're just like, really, this is somehow scary to you. And it's like, yeah, actually. I think it was Death House. I think that's the one where you're escaping the killer that looks like the Easter Bunny. That was one of the actually most, like, scary games I've played in a good long while. Because a lot of horror games I just don't find particularly scary. And you'd think I would, because I routinely play these games, you know, at 3 in the morning. I don't play them in the middle of the day. But, you know, I don't find it particularly scary to play some of these other indie horror games. Like Visage, I don't find scary in the slightest. I thought that guy was going to stab me in the back. Oh, I just realized I've only got one Estus. I should probably do something about that. Let's put... I don't even have any more... There we go. Let's put the moss on. You know, people rightly credit Silent Hill's PT as being like this game changer when it comes to horror games. And it's like, I can understand why they think that, because PT was, you know, genuinely pretty terrifying. It's just that so many other games after the fact just, I feel they took away the wrong lesson. Come on, let's get away from the rat that makes all the rules. Layers of Fear, for instance, I think took away the wrong lesson of what made PT scary. This is even disregarding the silliness of being able to get the ghost child to run into the wall repeatedly. Fucking Dark Souls camera, lock on, you piece of shit. There we go, that's how you do it. But then again, that's kind of a common problem with games that take inspiration from Silent Hill games for their horror settings. PT is not a unique example, from Silent Hill especially, of people took the wrong lessons away from it. You know, to stay on the topic of PT for a second, the idea that you're in a looping house and there's a ghost getting you, Layers of Fear and other games like it just didn't really understand what made it work, I don't think. Especially a game like Visage. You know, where it was more or less just about, like, the creepy house exploration. But I don't think that the creepy house... I didn't think that would kill me. I kind of feel that the creepy house exploration is kind of missing the point, because PT had more than that going on. It wasn't just about you know, walking through a spooky house and occasionally there's a ghost. It also had to do with, you know, the father character, Norman Reedus, I guess, killing his family for one day, and the implication that the character you're playing as is him. Whereas Layers of Fear, there are plenty of other games that you could probably insert here, but for some reason Layers of Fear is the one that's sticking in my head the most at the moment. It decided to go with the notion that, you know, in Layers of Fear, you're a painter and you're trying to paint your masterpiece. Also, you have amnesia. What happened to your wife and child? You can probably guess what happened to the wife and child. And I just don't recall very much of anything actually happening in that game. Like, I complained multiple times about games that just devolve into extreme hide and seek. But at least in those games, things happened. There was slightly more to go on than just you're taking a walking tour through, you know, this Victorian mansion where stuff went down. I recall Layers of Fear 2 did something very similar. Only replace paintings with film. And then they decided to try to remake Layers of Fear by putting that in a collection called Layers of Fears. Multiple. Where they definitely weren't mad about the baby running into the wall clip, and they took it out for completely unrelated reasons. Please don't say that we got mad. So this would probably kill me. I can jump that. But I just think that the people who kept making these types of horror games, they still do make them. I think they just took away the wrong lessons from PT. Like, we're only just now relearning in some of these horror games that you can actually give your character a weapon to defend themselves. Oh, come on now. You know, they don't typically stay dead when you use it, but it's at least something that they're learning. You can actually have combat in your game. Which, you could argue that's not the point. I don't think Devotion has a big, like, advanced combo system. I have not played Devotion. Maybe it does. Oh dear. I'm going to get myself cornered and die. But when I say that other games have taken away the wrong lessons from games like Silent Hill 2, not even Konami themselves are immune from this. So many of the Western PlayStation 3 Silent Hill games are just like a retread of the big plot twist for Silent Hill 2. Only instead of, you know, your wife being dead, it is instead your brother is dead. You accidentally killed him. You may have killed a bunch of people in a prison riot. You may have been a secret serial killer the entire time and killed your own son. This is honestly why I was so worried about Silent Hill F before it came out, because I thought once again they were going to just somehow, you know, force a Silent Hill 2-esque plot twist in there. Also, you've got these people who say the Silent Hill 2 remake is one of the best games ever made, it's one of the best remakes, and it's like, it's not good. Just because they expand on some of the story stuff doesn't mean it was better. Oh, now I'm just getting mad thinking about Silent Hill 2 remake. To try to wrangle this point onto Dark Souls of all things, I recall a year or so ago, I saw a video, well, I saw the thumbnail for a video for, is Dark Souls a horror game? I don't remember who it was by, but the question, the main thesis statement was, the main driving question, not thesis statement, was, is Dark Souls a horror game? Despite the fact that, you know, it doesn't look like one on the surface. I'm pretty sure the conclusion they arrived at was, no, it's not a horror game. And I kind of think that's kind of like small. You're not really thinking very hard about these sorts of things. I think, if you think about it, Dark Souls is actually 100% a horror story. It might not look like it, because this, on the surface, it's a generic fantasy game where you're just trying to, you know, light the fires or doom the world, whichever you prefer. But if you look at it from like a cosmic horror perspective, yeah, that's pretty terrifying. That one person, one character is the only person in existence who has the ability to determine whether or not everyone in the world is going to die. You know, depending on how you choose to interpret what the Age of Darkness means, what the Age of Fire means, whatever. What does that ring do? I don't know what that does. Absorb HP. See, whenever I look at the Ring of Favor and Protection, I always read the breaks when removed as it'll just break and be gone forever. I think about it like it's some items in a Dragon Quest game, where if you use healing rings, there's a percentage chance that it'll, you know, be destroyed. I'm sure you can just go pay a visit to Andre, the giant blacksmith. You can fall down a hole and just repair the ring. But I kind of don't want to confirm that because I like the idea that there's grander consequences in this situation. But yeah, you come to the video explores the idea that is Dark Souls a horror game. I don't remember his arguments being particularly persuasive, but the answer he came to toward the end was kind of a weak, mealy mouth, no, but if you think about it, it could be. And it's like, you need to be more confident in what you're saying, sir. You need to have conviction. You need to be able to stand there proudly with your shirt that says, I don't know how I have no media literacy, and I'm prepared to make this your problem. That was a really stupid thing I just said. We should all pretend that I didn't say that. Because, you know, you look at a game like Bloodborne, and you got people who will go to bat for Bloodborne being a horror game, all because of the notion of, you know, you got Cthulhu monsters running around, you've got the amygdalas, that sort of thing. You've got the moon presence and Murgo's wet nurse and all that. You know, but that qualifies as a horror game. I guess you could argue it's a horror game because it's got the classic, like, gothic horror tropes of, like, werewolves and things like that. But for some reason, they act like Dark Souls doesn't count toward this just because it's presented in a more stereotypical, you know, I don't want to call it generic fantasy, a generic dark fantasy kind of way. Like, one of the big inspirations for the Souls series is Kentaro Miura's Berserk. I don't think anyone can really deny that. You can find the Dragon Slayer in this game. But I don't think very many people would argue with you if you put forward the notion that Berserk is a horror story. And you can make the argument that it's not it's a horror story because it's got, you know, these weird, gross demons doing whatever. You know, characters are put in horrific circumstances. There's the entirety of the Eclipse, for instance. And it's like, even just looking at it from just like the perspective of just Guts is going around killing big monsters, I would argue that, yeah, the world of Berserk is a pretty terrifying place. So the idea that Dark Souls doesn't count because I don't even know why is just a really silly and ridiculous statement. Of course, who knows, maybe in the time since I've watched this video, attitudes have changed and people accept the notion that yes, it is in fact a horror story. I can't really say that I go around looking for other people's opinions about my own personal headcanons on these sorts of games. Which is ironic, considering I follow an account that's all about that. But, like, how can you look at a monster like the Gaping Dragon here and not think, you know, the world of Dark Souls is terrifying? There's everything that Seath is doing. So yeah, we're close to Blighttown, so I can go there, go to Sen's Fortress. Iron Knight, Anor Londo. This really seems like this should be doing slightly better. Ah, well. I want to save Big Hat. He didn't even hit me, I just slightly brushed up against him and he killed me. Part of me wants to try to just run all the way back there and not try to interact with anything, but I know that's gonna end badly. I suppose this all really just comes down to your own personal feelings about genres and classifications of things. Oh no, am I doing the weak-willed counter-argument? I get the feeling this is gonna kill me. Yep. Or not. Hooray. It's a Christmas miracle. Fuck! I just thought for sure that I was going to die there. And there's that little bastard who was blocking the way. Because I know I could be alive. I could summon Solaire. Maybe that would be a good idea. So, but anyway, I just find the idea that, you know, in the world of Dark Souls, at the end of the day, the end of the game, one person can decide whether or not to kill literally everybody is a pretty frightening proposition. And it deserves some slight examination if you're trying to decide if it's a horror trope or not. Because I personally find the endings in this Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, to be slightly more impactful than, are you a squid, you're trapped in the Hunter's Dream, you're trapped in the time loop of the Hunter's Dream. You know, because that really only affects you. I suppose you could argue that becoming an old one might affect the rest of the world. Dang it. But then again, maybe I'm just thinking entirely too much about this. I'm putting more thought toward it than anyone on the FromSoft writing staff did. You son of a bitch. I know that he made his whole career off of it, basically, but I think I can't help but feel that the general fan base of the Souls community really does a disservice when it comes to being able to discuss the story in these games. I don't think it's appreciated as much as it should be. Which I know is a very silly thing to say, given the fact that you can probably right now on YouTube find, you know, a bunch of videos examining the lore of, you know, just pick a topic in any of the Dark Souls games. It was also one of the, I also can't help but feel that people just generally don't appreciate the story. Well, I'm just gonna say all the Soulsborns. You could argue that they're generic, but I think that's kind of missing the point. I think that the relative genericness of the worlds of the Souls games is kind of the point. I think that when you decide to make, you know, your generic fantasy world and you decide to populate it with, you know, things like the Gaping Dragon and things like that, you're able to explore more in-depth story ideas that you would be able to if you were trying to create some really deeply intricate thing. I don't think I'm doing a very good job explaining myself. Wasn't this doing more damage like a minute ago? I'm trying to remember what weapon you even get if you cut off its tail. I think it's an axe, but I don't know. And I know that trying to go for the axe at this point seems like a waste of time, considering I am not spec'd for melee. What I mean by the relative genericness of the setting is like the world of Lord Drangleic, all the rest of them. On the face of it, it's kind of just like a generic fantasy land. You know, you have the king and they went to war with dragons and that sort of thing. Just the setting. You know, vaguely European woodlands. But with it being set in a more generic setting, you can really get in deep into the weeds, you know? It's kind of why I think that the setting for A Song of Ice and Fire, Westeros, what is the name of the fictional... the country across the ocean, Marine, that sort of thing. I think that's a great place to set it, because you can go in and just do whatever weird stuff with the setting that you want. You know, with A Song of Ice and Fire, you have your typical, like, northern frozen area, but also, you know, half a country down, you got just, like, the generic temperate area, and then the desert area. But because you have that, you can also then explore the notion of, you know, these big, generationally long winters. Like in Dark Souls 2, you can have the area just like the generic woods, and there's a scorpion man. You know, Queelag, but scorpion. I really hope this is making sense. This might make better sense if I, like, wrote it down to try to get my points across better, instead of just spitballing. Why did you chase me this far? What did I do to you? I don't know why that particular rat decided it had to chase me all the way across the world. So, Shemai.
I'm Donna Levzina. I'm just a penner, so I adore trinkets and oddities. So
I really think they should have kept this as like an item you had to buy in later Dark Souls games. I kind of want to buy your helmet. Armor of the Glory. Can I even wear that? I don't think I can wear that. It doesn't even have what stats are required. Give me the moots.
well, I'm certain we will. So I'm willing to share some tips. If you see kindling in the catacombs, use divine weapons. That will repel the reassembling skeletons. Thank you. That was a fine trade. I have this funny feeling we'll meet again soon, and we'll make another fine trade, of course.
I love his little glasses. Domhnall's a good boy. He's unambiguously good. Okay, so my pants are slightly heavier, but I think we'll be fine. Let's see, let's think about the topics I brought up that I've just sort of dropped without really looking back. Guilty Gear, horror games, except not really because I decided to roll that in to talk about Dark Souls. think I might have made a mistake here by going this way. Well, I made a mistake by triggering those three. Can you follow me? I wonder if you can follow me. I don't know if these guys were worth the money, but it was worth it just to see that one guy fall off the world and die. Am I in... I think I might be in a bad area for sorceries. Let's see, what is the name? Valley of Defilement. I played Demon Souls earlier this year, and so I'm mentally comparing this place to the Valley of Defilement from Demon Souls. I am considering replaying Demon Souls again, but this time I want to do the demastered mod that exists for it, where it makes the game look like the PS2 game Kingsfield. The Ancient City, Kingsfield 4. Oh no. What even hit me to make me toxic? Was it just the ambient toxicity in the air? Was I getting shot by a blow dart gun? Gonna run by Domhnall, he's gonna be like, ha ha ha, how you doing, you'd be back. So I need to pull those big guys over to the edge, so maybe they can fall off. So, but anyway, I know it's a silly thing to say. I just think that the story in the various Souls games are kind of underappreciated. You know, people dislike Dark Souls 3 because it's Dark Souls the greatest hits, but it's like, yeah, but it's got good story bits in there. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here for the bits. Like, they don't... I read about, like, what happens with the Dancer of the Boreal Valley, and it's like, man, that's sad. It's also extremely fascinating because you don't get stuff like that in other games. Which makes me wonder, I think I might have brought it up before, what is the best, like, what's the game with the best story you've ever played? It doesn't necessarily have to be the best playing game, I'm just curious, like, story-wise, what's the best game you've ever played? You know, you gotta separate the concept of gameplay from story for a minute. I'm just genuinely curious about that sort of thing because it seems like for the most part, most people don't really care about that sort of thing. And I'm going to cheat because I don't know if you would personally count visual novels as video games, but the best video game visual novel story that I've ever read was Umineko. I have not played anything that has surpassed that in terms of story. Which really surprises me that I think so highly of it, considering when I was actively reading the game, I really wasn't liking it for like the first 3 chapters. 3 episodes. You know, like, I was willing to keep reading it because of in the first episode, I don't even remember what it's called, when they find out, you know, they find the remnants of the first Twilight, that got me good and hooked. Which makes me wonder, I have read multiple visual novels before, but for some reason, I recall just like getting really fed up with them originally. So I can't help but wonder if Umineko forced me to start realizing that I was going about reading these in a very bad way. Would I have appreciated Star Nova if I limited myself to 2 to 3 hours a day with it? Like I started doing with Umineko. What? Seriously, what gave me toxic? I don't know. What has... Okay, so I am getting shot by guys with blow dart guns. When did that start happening? Like, I know this guy, he's gotta go because... You bastard. Does that even actually do anything? Ah, fuck! Why would you give me an item that doesn't even cure toxic? It just seems kind of cruel. I always want to just make, like, unsolicited game suggestions to people that I know in 1,000 years they'll never actually play. But I just keep wanting to do it anyway. Thinking about the idea of good story-based games, one of the games I would really recommend people is The Return of the Obra Dinn. Return of the Obra Dinn is an adventure game where you play as an insurance investigator who's sent to go investigate a boat that had recently washed up on English shores called the Obra Dinn. And you're being sent to investigate it because the crew of the Obra Dinn all vanished. And so it's up to you to figure out what happened. No, please. I want to not die. I don't want to punt 40,000 souls. That was not the Estus Flask. Okay, I don't have the grass to deal with toxic. I also unequipped my shield at some point. So, but with Return of the Obra Dinn, I found that story really fascinating just because how often do you see a game that's an insurance investigator game? Like, story-wise, it doesn't really... I guess it's probably more poignant now than it's ever been. I think it's by the same guy who did the game Papers, Please, where you're a border guard for a fictional Soviet nation. And, you know, it's up to you to decide if people can actually enter the country or not. I recall the game being extremely depressing. Which is always a fun little... trying to reconcile the differences between trying to have fun gameplay versus, you know, a depressing narrative. Much as I don't care for it, and I don't think it holds up very well as a game, I honestly think the Metal Gear Solid 5 duology are pretty good story-wise. Much as everyone likes to clown on the premise about how the villain was preparing for all these years to tell his massive backstory, only to tell it to the wrong guy. But, like, I found a lot of the story stuff about, like... There's a section in Phantom Pain where part of the gimmick of the game is you run a military, a PMC, a military contractors company, on, like an oil rig type of situation. But there's a point at a certain point in the game, because the villain has this plan where he's going to infect the concept of language with a deadly virus. And so you wind up having to quarantine like an entire 20 plus group of the soldiers you've acquired throughout the game on this one particular section of the rig. And so you have to, during a certain point when you're having to take them out, you know, the soldiers, they just salute you because it's an honor to serve under you, boss. Because your character's name is Big Boss. I'm trying not to assume you know the basics of the Metal Gear Solid franchise. So, but as you're having to kill these infected soldiers, one of the mission control guys, a weapons developer named Huey Emmerich, he basically gets on the radio and he just starts yelling at you that this is, you know, this is a tragedy, this is all your fault, boss. Why would you do this? And it just really helps establish Huey Emmerich as one of the biggest just pieces of shit in fiction. That guy does a lot of stuff that it's like Huey got what he deserved in the end. He's supposed to be sort of like the reincarnation of a different character from earlier on in the series. Metal Gear Solid 5 is a prequel, basically. But he's supposed to be like a variation of his son, Hal Emmerich. Except whereas Hal is, you know, a good person, Huey is just like the worst guy in the world. When you're first introduced to Huey Emmerich in, I want to say it's Peace Walker, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, you kind of feel bad for him because he's actively getting like tortured and beaten up by the villain of the game, Hot Coldman. But it's like, no, that guy deserves it. I just realized I haven't triggered the blow dart guy. So, but in the spit in Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, you're having to kill the soldiers you've been recruiting into your organization, Diamond Dogs. And then eventually, after all said and done, you're talking to the other people who help run the organization. A character named Kazuhira Miller, another character, Revolver Ocelot. You know, they're just like, boss, you had no choice, you did what you had to do. But Huey just shows up and he's just like, this is all your fault, boss. Everything would have been fine if you didn't do whatever. And it's just like, man, Huey, shut the fuck up. But it's undoubtedly a really effective moment in the game that otherwise I feel is not really worth talking about. Although I like the idea of the villain of the game, the villain of Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain is a guy named Skullface. Kojima's not exactly the best writer, but he, gosh darn it, he can do entertaining stuff. Which, incidentally, there was a news story that came out recently meaning May 19th, that there was a character that Hideo Kojima wrote for the game Death Stranding named Heartman. Heartman has a gimmick in the game that basically he suffers a heart attack every 23 minutes or so to try to be able to search for his family who died in the Death Stranding before he gets resurrected in the game to do other stuff. Every 23 minutes he dies. But in the news story that came out, the actor who portrays Heartman is a film director named Nicholas Winding Refn, who directed the movie Drive, and I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the other one, but he did the movie Drive, which is the most important one, I guess. Only God Forgives, that's the name of the movie. But Kojima wrote this part for Nicholas Winding Refn because, you know, he's friends with him. And then it turned out that the actual person, Nicholas Winding Refn, he legitimately had a heart condition that left him physically dead for 25 minutes. And so people were just like, how did Kojima know this? So I just thought that was kind of funny. Very unfortunate for Mr. Refn, but it's just really odd timing, you know? Metal Gear Solid 5, right. But the scene where you're having to deal with the, you know, putting down infected soldiers on in your base, which is called Mother Base, was a pretty good moment in that game. I really wish there was more story stuff in Phantom Pain. A lot of it is consigned to, like, out of the game, like, collectibles. Like, you find audio tapes where you'll have a larger scope villain from earlier on in the series talk about stuff with other co-conspirators. And the actual story stuff that appears in the game, they don't really touch on. Like, I don't think the game ever really goes into what is going on, why there's a giant flaming sky whale. And then, of course, you find out with Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain, they had, like, a whole bunch of stuff that they were going to put into the game that they weren't allowed to because the game was going, like, wildly over budget. But in the game, it's set across two giant maps, Afghanistan and Africa. There was supposed to be at least two more, China and Russia. Since it's a stealth game, I want to say it was the Russia environment that was going to be primarily, like, stealth focused. Also, I might be making up the China section myself. I just seem to recall that was a thing they were supposed to do. Plus, there's also the fact that there was supposed to be actual story stuff in the multiplayer aspect of the game, where Phantom Pain had a multiplayer mode where you could invade other players' bases. I think you can still play this, I don't know. You could invade other players' bases, and you could try to steal... one of the big things in the game is, you know, nuclear weapons. Because Skullface's plan in the game is he's going to infect all the languages in the world with a killer virus, and so the only method of communication that'll be available, since you won't be able to speak vocally, is nuclear weapons. I didn't say the game was amazingly written, but in the multiplayer mode, you could go into other players' bases. They're called forward operating bases, and basically try to steal their nuclear weapons. And one of the things that was supposed to happen toward the end of... well, I don't know when exactly they would have done it. There was going to be a big event in the game if you were able to achieve, like, complete global disarmament of nuclear weapons. I don't know what exactly they were going to do with that. Whenever people, like, hacked the game to figure out what was going on, there wasn't really anything to be seen. But then again, that might just be because the development was forced to end before it ever got that far. But there was also supposed to be this mission in the game. I don't remember what it was called. There's a character in Phantom Pain named Eli who steals the giant robot that you have on the mother base called it's a Metal Gear. But I think in Phantom Pain it's called Sahelanthropus. I was going to say, I think that might have been the one from Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, but no, that's the Shagohod. But, one of the main things about the Metal Gear series is there's, giant robots that are capable of launching nuclear weapons from anywhere in the world. It has a railgun system, so that way it can launch undetected. But there is this mission that they've revealed some of the information about. The character Eli steals the Sahelanthropus and, like, a nuclear weapon? A nuclear missile? And him and another character, I don't remember what they actually call him, but his name later on in the series is Psycho Mantis. They steal the Sahelanthropus and the nuclear missile, and they're going to use it to, you know, launch a nuke, basically. And so the mission was going to be you had to try to stealth your way through because, you know, you can't really get away with having child murder in your games these days. Well, those days. You can have a kid die, but you couldn't have him die because you know, shot him in the face with a shotgun. I'm gonna die. That's ironic. I don't remember what it was called, but it was like Kingdom of the Flies or something like that. That, you were supposed to try to sneak into this island fortress that Eli had, where he had taken Sahelanthropus. But because, you know, Konami fired Kojima, and they basically told them, just ship what you got, that mission didn't come out. I apologize if I got most of those details wrong. Where are you even? Trying to see if I can spot the bastards who keep making me toxic. Where are the Magic Arena players? That was a dumb joke just for me. One of the things I loved about Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain, there's this one part where things are starting to go bad for the villain Skullface. He has Big Boss, you know, trapped in his base, but someone activates the Sahelanthropus. And, just, like, completely out of the blue, looking at this mech activate, Skullface just yells, "Such a lust for revenge! Who?
Such a lust for revenge! Who?"
And then he dies. Because you kill him at a boss fight. But it's just like, why'd he say that? I'm annoyed that my souls are now going to be right near that guy. It was kind of like how I absolutely love from the Resident Evil 2 remake, G is my creation.
She is my creation!
I absolutely love Such a Lust for Revenge, who... Skullface is such a dumb villain, I love him. He runs his own private military company, but he does it while having a skull face, and he wears a Lone Ranger mask. It's like, that's great. How can you hate that? Oh, I'm going to just get myself cornered and die. Shit! Well, I didn't want to have to try to take all the falling damage like that, but... well, sometimes you got no choice, motherfucker. See, this is kind of why I don't want to actually get rid of my melee weapons, because sometimes you need a sword to just... to cut your way through. Of course, if I were smart, I would quit trying to just run all the way down to the bottom. But I'm not smart, I'm trying to get to a certain point before I have to stop. You fucking piece of shit bastard. Fucking Simic players. Okay, so... I need you to please go away. I can't go that way, that's instant death. These guys are able to just fly through the environment. Like, I know that I should probably try to activate the elevator so I can go up and down as I require, but with luck, I won't have to. Will that kill me? I think that'll kill me. That's just funny timing, that was. I guess The Witcher 3 has a pretty good story, now that I think about it. But then again, I've liked the story in all the Witcher games. I may not much care for Witcher 1 as a video game itself because of how rough it is to try to get it to play on a Windows 10 machine. But the story was good. And no one ever talks about The Witcher 2. Which I think is a shame. I should really have been paying attention when I was running around. Where does this one even go? I don't remember. Okay. It led here. It led here, and I don't know if I can get back to my souls from in here. I guess we'll find out. Fuck off, asshole. You know what? I'll take it. Okay, so I'm relatively close to my souls. I only gotta drop like 200 more feet. Foot fetishes when you bring up distances. Feet? 200 feet? Alright, so pretty sure that'll kill me. These guys will definitely kill me, so we gotta keep it moving. We gotta keep it moving and grooving. Where is the bonfire? Okay, this is just gonna lead me to Ash Lake, and I don't want to go there. There's at least one person, if he's actively listening, could appreciate that little joke. Okay, so that must mean the bonfire is over that way. Because I recall the lizards are in the way. The Death Blight lizards. I don't remember what they're called, I just remember that they have Death Blight in Elden Ring. Hopefully those guys in there will just leave me alone. It's good to know that that dumb joke landed. So, yeah, bonfire is just this way then. I thought it was the other direction. Do you get poisoned here? You probably do. I'm not even gonna waste it. Because I know the man-eater's gonna come running out of there. So there's no point in trying to make myself unpoisoned right now. Because the bonfire should be right here. I don't know if it's going to happen in this game. Nope, it didn't. In the Prepare to Die edition, when I reverse hauling and tried to kindle a flame, the arm, you know, holding out toward the flame, for some reason it like glitched out in such a way that there was like a second forearm attached. So I just had like a really big arm, long arm for some reason. How do I read messages? I don't think I can. Good for you, buddy. I don't know who you are, but take that rating and enjoy it. Yeah, see, there you go. There's Mildred. So I guess the two cannibal guys in Undeadburg are just two random cannibal guys. I don't remember if there's even a reason to go up this way. I played through this game like a handful of times, but I've more or less just like memorized the critical path. I don't remember where things are relative to just like bonus stuff. Like, I know if I want to get to the DLC area, I gotta go fight the Hydra near Havel. Gotta save Duskavulasil. I gotta wish that guy to just fuck off. There's not like a merchant up here, is there? I don't remember if there's actually like a merchant around here. I think Laurentius might come here. But I know he's not here now. I know he's chilling at a Firelink. I guess I'll just keep going. I was just going to turn around and leave, but I've already wasted everyone's time by going this far. I might as well just keep going. Oh, so there was a reason to come up here. There was actual reasons. It wasn't me just wasting everyone's time for fun and profit. So what's behind there? Son of a bit... Okay. It turns out when you want to actively dodge things, you have to actually press the button, not just stare at the thing meaningfully and be like, I should push to dodge. Oh, I can't even do anything here. Is there even anything worthwhile over there? I wonder if Queelag is weak to magic. I'm basically going to get to every single boss, and I'm just going to keep asking that question every single time. Like, okay. I literally stole this guy's shit. No, can't do anything. Alright, well, we got the key to New Londo. I guess that's good. That's good. I think it's... The Onion Knight's Sieg word in this game, I think, right? Or is it Siegmeyer? I know that he also appears in Dark Souls 3, and it's one or the other. I know his daughter is Sieglind. Like, I know that eventually I would want to hit the bonfire in Ash Lake, just so I can try to get over there really quick to try to stop Sieglin from killing him. I don't remember which country it's in, but I recall reading about this type of elevator in... I want to say it's an Eastern European country, but I might be wrong. It might have just been like Germany or something. Called a, like a Paternock elevator. Which just keeps going up and down, and you basically have to time it to get on the elevator. Like, it doesn't stop for anybody. I just had the thought of I should kill her, steal her clothes, and just wear those clothes for the rest of the game. But it was just a thing that I read about this type of elevator because I heard about them from the game Signalis, and I was like, that doesn't seem like a real thing. But it is. I know that Mildred. Why is it Miranda? I know that she shows up in Dark Souls 3 as well. She shows up near the Deacons of the Deep. And she's just like guarding a treasure chest from what I remember. Oh, come on, where'd you go? Ah! Like, I know you can get her bag as a helmet. Maybe this is just what you wear if you take off all your armor? Because I'm getting deprived vibes here. Oh, come on. Stop running away, just die. You've had your fun, now you need to die, please. Like, I know I'm not going to use the butcher knife. I seem to recall you were able to get the, Man-Eater mask as an item. I might be misremembering, though. Okay. Should put our sorcerer clothes back on. What if I put on that? And then we actually go back into the game so I can actually equip the rest of the actual items that I need. Just for fun, we can try using things that aren't just the starting armor. Perhaps I'll be able to take more than one hit. For some reason, it made it sound... Okay. Lesson learned. Don't try to talk there. For some reason, it made a sound that sounded like an elevator, and so I was just trying to piece together what the hell that was. Sup? Like, I should probably have brought Mildred along just so I could have someone. I keep thinking I should bring NPCs along just so that way I have someone who can draw aggro for a minute while I run away crying because I'm a wizard. You didn't hear that. Am I still poisoned? I think I'm still poisoned. I know that they're more or less done with just like adding things to Elden Ring Night Rain, but they should bring Queelag to Night Rain. For no particular reason. Can I get back to Duskroot from here? I think that's what it's called. Shit, fuck. Oh no! Her cunningly well-laid trap. I wonder if I'm wrong and sorcerers are actually one of the more popular streaming things. I know people love to do the level 1 challenges, and that's like a pyromancer's run. So am I operating on a faulty premise here? I'm sorry, I was amusing myself with a thing about the monster fuckers out there. I am terribly annoyed that I got that close. Man. That's the problem with this misogynist world of ours. People are pitting two bad bitches against each other. So anyway, because I am approximately actually 12, believe it or not, I was thinking about the notion how people would talk about, you know, smash or pass Dark Souls characters, and it's like, Queelag, well, maybe not the spider half, and it's like, no, you get in there. You fuck that spider. And that just amused me. Let's see. For a change of pace, I'll decide to actually not be poisoned before I go into the fight. Part of me wanted to just start swinging, but the other part of me is like, we need the money first. That's a game I don't think people actually remember very well. There is a game that came out back in the 360 PS3 days called Anarchy Reigns, which occasionally I'll hear some people say that they should bring it back because it was this grand, unappreciated gem, etc. And it's like, I don't think the game holds up as well as you think it does. It is an arena fighter set in the world of Mad World, if anyone remembers that Wii game. But the main reason I think anyone ever remembers Anarchy Reigns is because it had a really good soundtrack, which included a song that just had the lyrics, "Gotta get the cash, gotta get the dough" in it. Maybe I should just start shooting. Just start blasting. See, I'm okay when you decide to just stand there and do nothing. You should do that more often. Just stand there and look pretty. I'm trying to remember the name of the Scorpion Queelag in Dark Souls 2. I keep wanting to say Turkus, but not every character is Turkus. Couldn't guess the sexual orientation of a lot of my audience, but maybe you don't actually care to think about the relative attractiveness of the men of Dark Souls, Soulsborne, etc. games, Elden Ring. It's not June yet, so you don't have to pretend to care. That was a easy joke to make. Maybe I should have run back to the Undead Burg and bought more poison moss. Maybe I should have done that. Maybe I should have done a lot of things. No point dwelling on the past, he says as he runs toward his pile of money. Come on, lady, leave me alone. I know you don't want to die, but have you considered just dying? Yeah, then again, everyone in the game industry is worried about the relative sexiness of women characters. No one ever gives a thought toward men. Well, guess what? There's an entire spectrum of people out there who find men attractive. Some of them want to see sexy, slutty men. They don't want to just see the giant spider woman with the massive tits. They want to see a Spider-Man with massive tits. I've seen Drider art from Baldur's Gate 3. You're a fool to lie to yourself if you act like things like that don't exist. Yeah, but then again, I just think this whole internet purity thing is just ridiculous nowadays anyway. Not even just from the perspective of give me slutty attractive men, damn it. Just the notion that all these people get so bent out of shape just because, you know, attractive characters exist. It's like, yeah, it happens. I'm sorry that attractive people exist. One day, by the grace of God, you will get over this. Or you won't. Maybe you'll die mad about it. But mainly it's just things like the guy that runs the company that's making that Lords of the Fallen game. For whatever reason, he decided he needed to clarify that his game will have sexy women in it. And it's like, okay, cool. I don't know why everyone thought this was newsworthy, but I guess it was. It was a slow news day. I'm gonna make the controversial statement that there are more sexy women characters in games and so on than there are men. Especially if you want something other than stupid sexy Leon. I try not to share too much about my personal life here, but I'm amused by the fact that my nephew, who is totally 100% straight, his own words, he will routinely send me just pictures of, like, thirst trap Leon. And it's like, straight, huh? Also, that's kind of an odd thing to just be sending a relative, but, you know, you do you, buddy. Oh, the elevator notices that guy pushing a rock. Okay. It's fun trying to figure out where sounds come from. Like, there was a movie that came out a whole bunch of years ago, Mobile Suit Gundam Char's Counterattack. And whenever characters would use their laser guns, the beam weapons, to shoot people, it made the, you know, blaster firing noise from Star Wars. And so I just find it funny when there's a recognizable source for just a sound effect and things. Like, I don't think very many people were expecting the Vine boom to be in Silent Hill F. course, I just find that sort of thing funny. You got these killjoys who find asset reuse to be the most offensive thing in game design. It's the most offensive thing in game design since the other last thing in game design. I don't understand why so many people are so, like, why they tie their personality to games failing or not. That just seems miserable. I need you to please just die. Oh, thank God. I wonder what you use the Soul of Queelag for. Probably some sort of pyromancy. But, like, what weapon can you put it on? We'll go ring the bell, talk to the fair lady, then we'll go run back to Darkroot Basin. Can we even talk to the fair lady? I don't know if we can. Meanwhile, Siegmeyer, who I've never talked to, is just like, what the fuck? That was the trophy for Ring the Bell, Queelag's Domain. Is there a way to take off the HUD, I wonder? We're going HUDless for a second. Oh, that's not where I wanted to go. Can I even... I don't think I can even do anything in Izalith at the moment. I think you need the Lord Vessel for that area. Hey, man.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
Are you a new servant?
Totally.
But you have no eggs. No matter. Go along and have audience with our fair lady. I pray that you will mind your manners.
I will be on my best behavior. You will never have seen anyone who is as well behaved as I am. I don't remember if it's this area or if you actually need to be down in the Demon Ruins to poison gas through here to kill the Sunlight Maggot. I think that might just be a wall. Yeah, come on. Okay, there we go. You didn't hear that one either. We are temporarily chaos boys. Because I know that if you give her, I want to say 30 or 50 humanities, you can go down to the Demon Ruins to save Solaire before he gets taken over. But I also recall you used to be able to, either at that wall or a door in the Demon Ruins, you're able to do the poison gas pyromancy to get in to save him that way.
Are you prepared to dedicate yourself to our fair lady? Then I will make available whatever you require. If you need something, ask me first.
Here's a book that has the names of every single person in the Covenant. It's 2 pages. Shut up.
There is no time for idle chat. Think only of our fair lady and what she may need.
Bro, what have you got going on that you can't just talk for a minute? So if I homeward bone it, I'll just go back to the bottom of Blighttown. I can't warp between bonfires because I don't have the Lord Vessel yet. I really don't want to run through Blighttown again. I don't think anyone ever really wants to run through Blighttown. So, do you think since enough time has passed that it's been nearly 10 years again, do you think we might get Dark Souls Remastered? That would be kind of silly. There's a rumor that I keep hearing every now and then that started like 4 or 5 years ago that they were going to do a remaster, remake, whichever, of Dark Souls 3, but nothing's ever come of that. I know we're like right there, but I just really don't feel like trying to run past the guys with the rocks. Son of a bitch. Hey, guess what? I feel like trying to run past the guys with the rocks. I've decided this all on my own. I don't really know what you would even do to remaster Dark Souls again at this point, in this hypothetical world of mine where they do my silly statements and make Dark Souls Remastered. Because I don't think this game looks particularly bad. I know graphics are subjective, but I don't think anyone would say that it's a particularly bad-looking game, you know? Now the question is, how can I get out of here just right quick and in a hurry? I kind of think I should hit the bonfire just in case, but I really don't want to. But I'm also not in love with the idea of having to go through all this again. You know, when I inevitably, like, misstep. That was not supposed to be illustrative, I promise. Yeah, but then again, it's the same thing with Dark Souls 3. I don't understand what you would do with a remaster remake of that. That game doesn't look very bad either, and it runs just fine on modern machines. You can... I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen, but I let it happen anyway. But you know, Dark Souls 3, it runs well on modern computers. You can play it on PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series. I guess you would maybe do a remake just so you could try to sell it to the Nintendo Switch crowd. Again, in this strictly hypothetical world, in which case internet rumors are actually true and they do this. Maybe I should have talked to, Frampt so I could try to just, like... Well, that wouldn't really help. Frampt doesn't give you anything. He'll eat shit, but he won't give me anything to help me on my journey. Can't talk to Koth yet, because I haven't fought the Four Kings. I wonder how well the Dark Souls 1 port for Switch ever actually did. I don't think they ever said. I mean, I technically can already sort of do pseudo Switch-based shenanigans because I own a Steam Deck. I can play Dark Souls 3 there. But that's the only reason I can think of why they would possibly want to remake it today. Because it's not a particularly old game. So... graphically, it's fine. Do we gotta put it in the Unreal 5 engine just to make sure it runs like shit? I guess that's the thing we'd have to do. But you just figure that Bandai Namco would be considering it at least because they love money. Who doesn't love money? Now, can I get out of here this way? I don't think I can. I'm going to shove this blow dart gun up your fucking dick hole. Okay, fine. I need to just bite the bullet. I need to just bite the bullet and hit the bonfire at the bottom of Blighttown. That'll save me a few minutes. forgot about the run back because I've really wanted to get to at least Anne Orlando today. But I don't think I'll be doing that. I'm getting hot and irritated. Thinking about the Dark Souls port on the Switch, I'm surprised they never bothered putting Dark Souls 2 on the Switch. You... Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I didn't do anything to you, just let me live. I'm a sorcerer who does things that who doesn't do things I know I should do just to make life easier for myself. Please leave me be. Idiot. I wonder if Bandai Namco, FromSoft, and them, if they are aware of the meme that, you know, Dark Souls 2 is the best Dark Souls 2 is the worst game in the history of the universe, etc. They must be, right? They must be aware of the bizarre dual life of Dark Souls 2. It took one dart for you to make me toxic. I thought it would take at least 2. When it comes to the meme of Dark Souls 2 is the best Dark Souls, I wonder how many people genuinely believe that and how many are just goofing. Like, I'm positive that 90% of it is just, you know, they're clowning on the game. But then you got people like me who thought that it was the best one just because that's the one I started the series with. That's a gate. Okay. Not a fan of these dogs. I don't even remember what item you used to lose toxic. This seems like a huge waste of my time. Hey. I want to thank you for swinging by to watch some of this stream anyway. I've decided I'm going to call it here, because if I keep going, I'm going to throw my computer through the fucking window. I hope you enjoyed watching. Please give me a follow on Twitch if you liked what you saw. I hope you have a fantastic day. Thank you very much for watching. I keep thinking about trying other action RPGs in this type of genre here, but I've never really, like, dedicated any particular time to it, to the idea. Like, I kind of want to try, what's it called? Grim Dawn. I've heard that one's pretty good. I also wanted to do... I want to try at least, Last Epoch? But that's another one of these games where I played like 20 minutes and I was like, I'll come back to it. Steam loves me because of the fact that I keep spending money and then never playing anything. There was an article that came out I think it was last year sometime, where some like some finance guy, he was talking about how basically people who buy games on Steam are the equivalent to drunken sailors, where you'll have, this is a paraphrase because I don't remember exactly what was said, you would have, you know, people who would spend hundreds of dollars, thousands even, just buying, like, whatever game happens to catch their fancy, even if they have no intention or ability to actually play them anytime soon. And that if gamers ever, like, actually thought about not buying games until they actually went to play them, like, more or less the entire industry would just be cooked. And so initially, I read this thing and I was just like, well, that doesn't sound accurate. But then it's like, okay, sure. How many hundreds of dollars have you spent on each Steam sale for things that you have no intention of playing anytime soon? How many of your literal thousands of games have you bought just because you liked the way the key art looked?
I mean, other people's girlfriends don't usually, you know, get rid of inconvenient people the way that I do, but I'm aware, okay? I'm aware that what I did was not normal, but what I also know is that other people's girlfriends, they wouldn't step in front of a moving car for the one they love without hesitation.
It's like, I don't like that sort of self-introspection. I kind of want to, just to, not really necessarily like bragging, but just as like, I don't know, to own my shame, just like take a screenshot of how many games it says I own on Steam and just like put it in the upper right corner. No, we don't need how many games are installed. This is not necessarily going to be a good look for me, but I don't care. Gems. Close.
I'm really sorry that all of this happened. I wish I wouldn't have dragged you into any of this, but yeah, I cannot turn back time right now. But what I can do is show you my gratitude and show you that I love you and that you are the only thing that matters to me. I mean, I think that should already be pretty much clear from my actions, but in case it isn't, I'll make sure to make it even more apparent. Yeah?
Let's see here. Let's add another one. This is all very thrilling, isn't it? Desktop, games. I don't know how long I'm going to keep that on screen. But, yeah. I initially wanted to take offense to this PC Gamer article that referred to Steam users as drunken sailors, but as you can see, I very clearly do not have any particular defense that I could use. And that's just on Steam. We're not even counting, like, old console games. Games that fell off the back of a truck, that sort of thing. I wonder how many I have that way. And then, of course, there's crap like Epic and GOG and Battle.net. I shouldn't say crap like GOG because I actually like GOG. It's Epic and Battle.net that I don't like. I wonder if that's like an actual bird or that's just like some made up fantasy bird for this game. Because it was a tiny guy, but it put me in mind of a dodo. You remember back a few years ago before generative AI just sort of came along and like ruined everything? I was thinking just now about the remake of a very old Squaresoft game. What's it called? The Portopia Serial Murder Case. Which was one of these, like, very first, like, adventure visual novel type of games where you're playing a detective trying to solve the murder of a rich man in, well, I guess it's called Portopia. And how this would have eventually led to the creation of the Dragon Quest series, because Yuji Horii was the one of the main script writers for it. He may have also been a designer, but I don't remember. He was probably a designer because back in the 80s, like, everyone had to do everything. But I remember specifically that he was credited as a writer. Anyway, a few years ago, we're talking like 2022 or so, there was a remake for the Portopia serial murder case that used like an AI chat feature to try to be able to do the investigation in the game. Because in the original Portopia serial murder case, since it was a Famicom game, you know, you had to select like a selection of pre-made choices to question the suspects about. So, like, you would find that the guy was killed in you know, his smoking room, but the smoking room was locked. So it's like you can talk to the housekeeper and be like, how did he die? Who found the body? That sort of thing. And then in the remake, you could just type in, you know, in a chat window, you know, tell me about the guy's dead body, that sort of thing. I remember reading other people complaining at the time about how the chat functionality didn't work very well. But it just made me think that this is just like a skill issue, because it didn't really play all that differently from a lot of other adventure games from the early 90s, late 80s that had a text parser where you could enter in phrases to try to move the narrative along. Games like the Space Quest series or Leisure Suit Larry, you're able to just type in, you know, various little phrases and the game would occasionally react to it. There is one game that I remember, like, the text parser functionality was pretty worthless overall. Also, as adventure games moved on, they just sort of moved on to just, you know, selecting inventory items to show, examine, use, that sort of thing. And text parsers more or less died. But there is this adventure game, this adventure horror game called Harvester, where you could, you know, bring up the dialogue window to talk to people in the game about, you know, the various goings on in the town of Harvester. It also had a text parser. I don't remember how exactly I came upon this piece of knowledge, but there's a conversation you can have with the main character's mother, and if you enter in the text parser, just, you know, like, you just type in fuck, she's just like, is that an invitation? And it really threw me off. You know, you type it in any other plane and people are just like, hey, stop swearing, Steve. The guy you play as, his name's Steve. It's not a very good game, Harvester, but it's one of those things that I just remember from this game that I played nearly a decade ago. I don't even remember when it was made to be able to function properly on modern machines, because Okay, sorry about that. I don't know why a rogue piece of air decided to take me out. But Harvester was one of these games that came out in the mid-90s, mid to late 90s, where basically it's a crapshoot about whether or not you can get the game even working on modern machinery. But yeah, Harvest I was able to get to work, and it's just like, this isn't very good. It has some interesting things to say about the notion of violence in media, but it's just not worth playing. In addition to it being a point-and-click adventure game, it also has an awful combat system. Basically, the way that it looks is like it's a 2D fighter type of game. And you more or less have to, like, stun lock your opponents in order to not die instantly. It's not very good. There is also the kind of darkly funny piece of information about that game, where the actor who played the main character, Steve, his actor got arrested a bunch of years ago due to possession of child pornography. So people aren't exactly too broken up by the fact that you couldn't really play that game anymore. You can now, though. I think it was what's their name? I'm trying to remember the name of the company that produced, like, the remasters, re-releases of, like, the System Shock games, Blood and things like that. It's not Digital Foundry, because that's a video game graphics YouTube channel. This is gonna bug me now. I say that a lot. Okay, it's not Digital Foundry. We need to stop focusing on that. Night Dive, that's their name, Night Dive. Night Dive Studios. I think Night Dive made it so you could play Harvester on modern machinery, on modern machines. But I might be misremembering. It's interesting playing old point-and-click adventure games just because of trying to figure out, like, the relatively absurd leaps of logic in those games. Like, one of the examples that everyone always used to use to point out how absurd they could get is, there's a series called Gabriel Knight, where you play as I want to say he's a supernatural detective, but I think he's just a human, but there's, like, vampires and stuff in his world. Because I recall in the first game, it's got something to do with, like, voodoo curses. But anyway, people like to bring up, in one of the later Gabriel Knight games, in order to get Ascension Trials, cool. in a... I don't remember which Gabriel Knight it was. I think it might have been the third one. You're supposed to pretend to be this, like, I want to say French, but I know it wasn't French. You're supposed to pretend to be this guy to get his, like, reserved, like, boat ticket or something like that. I don't remember the exact context of the scenario, but you have to pretend to be the guy. So, in order to complete this task, you have to steal his ID, so you could, you know, put your picture in its place. And in order to help sell the illusion, you had to get, like, a fake mustache to sell the disguise. And so in order to do this, you had to use... It was like a piece of tape on, like, a hole in a fence that a cat runs through. So it just, like, gets some of his fur and just, like, rips it off. And then you use that to make a fake mustache. And then people would point out that this is all kind of pointless because the character you're trying to impersonate doesn't have a mustache anyway. And no one knows what he actually looks like. And so they just love to bash this game because it's that particular puzzle, because it's such an absurd leap in logic. A few years ago, I went through the a bunch of these old Sierra adventure games. I played the original Leisure Suit Larry franchise. I have not played any of the remakes of the first game or the sequels where you play as Larry's nephew, because he doesn't have a son, because he's a loser. I have played the newer sequels, though, that are like a reboot of the Leisure Suit Larry series set in modern day. I might be misremembering, but I do recall thinking that those rebooted Larry games were like some of the best games I've played in a while. I have no idea if they actually hold up these days. So, but anyway, I've played the old Leisure Suit Larry games. I played Police Quest, which are adventure games where you're a detective in a fictional California city, which has some of the more strict, like, death requirements. Like, if you don't take a shower in the first game, you could wind up, like, passing out and dying because you didn't take a shower in 2 days. 2 in-game days. No one ever talks about the other Police Quest games. I need to go back and finish the Space Quest games. I tried playing the King's Quest games, but I just didn't care for them. The original Sierra games or the reboot series that came out 10 odd years ago. Of course, I never actually finished those games. I only did, like, the first episode because, like every other adventure game in the early 2010s, it was an episodic thing. Maybe it gets really good after episode 1. But I remember that one of the big selling points for the King's Quest series from 2010 was that they had Christopher Lloyd in it to voice the older version of King Graham. the main character of the series. I recall playing the first episode, didn't really care for it, never played the other ones. I should maybe go back and play those. But I kind of want to go back and play the other Space Quest games. This is another, like, late 80s, early 90s adventure game series. Where you play as a, he's like a space janitor. What is his name? I want to say it's like... it's gone.
God, I love breaking you. I didn't say anything, darling. I love you. Go change.
His name is gone, and no one's ever remade or rebooted the series, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. Okay, this is gonna annoy me now. I remember the name of the villain of the game, but I do not remember the name of the main character. I wanted to say Zack McCracken, but that's a completely different adventure game altogether. And I really don't think anyone cares enough for me to stop momentarily to Google what the guy's name is. One of the only things I know about the Space Quest series is there's a joke in, I want to say it's Space Quest 4. The main character of the game has to activate like some ship's self-destruct sequence. He just had to mess with the computer in some way, shape, or form. And one of the files you can delete to try to stop the computer is you delete the files for Leisure Suit Larry 4. Because at the time, Leisure Suit Larry ended in such a way that the Leisure Suit Larry 3 ended in such a way that the creator of the game said that there would never be a Leisure Suit Larry 4. Because at the end of Leisure Suit Larry 3, Larry, falls in love, and he gets, into a committed relationship with the secondary lead, Passionate Patty. And so they would just routinely make jokes about how Leisure Suit Larry 4 doesn't exist. So much so that when Leisure Suit Larry 5 came out, they just jumped directly from 3 to 5. But in Space Quest, I want to say it was 4, the main character, Roger Wilco, is able to just, delete the files for Leisure Suit Larry 4. I don't remember which Space Quest game it was, but there was this habit with some of the earlier Sierra games to have the game end with the main character of the series meeting the president / owner of Sierra Entertainment and basically working for them. Okay, get a soul core. Yep. So, in Leisure Suit Larry 3, I think it was, Larry and Patty, they, like, fall through some sort of, like, weird, like, space vortexing and wind up in, you know, the Sierra campus, where they get hired by the guy who owned Sierra at the time. I don't remember their names. Oh god, this is seriously annoying me now. I need to quit bringing things up, because then I don't remember what it's called, the names of people, and then I just get slightly annoyed with myself. Ken Williams. The owner of Sierra was a guy named Ken Williams. Ken and Roberta Williams. But, Larry basically starts working for Sierra to make adventure games based on his life. In one of the Space Quest games, I think it was 3 as well, now that I think about it, Roger Wilco has to save the creators of the Space Quest series, basically. There's not a whole lot of plot going on with that game. And they also fall through, like, a wormhole where, when they exit the wormhole, they're also right in front of Sierra Studios. And Ken Williams is like, hey, you should make games for us. And so the two alien guys you save, the two dudes from Andromeda, that was their name, they start working for Ken Williams to make, you know, the Space Quest series. I think there was like 6 Space Quest games. I might be wrong. There was probably something similar with King's Quest, but I couldn't swear to it. And no one remembers Quest for Glory. Then again, most people don't even remember point-and-click adventure games, period, so... the lack of remembering Quest for Glory isn't exactly shocking. Where was I going with any of this? Oh, right. The interesting thing to do with these early 90s adventure games, is to see about how long they would be if you knew, like, every solution to every puzzle in the game, or if you were just, like, playing the game with a guide in the other window. Then these games become, like, about as long as a movie. Which, when I mentioned that somewhere else, that just really rubs someone the wrong way. Well, of course it's quicker if you know all the solutions. It's like, that's not the point. That's not the point, and I think you know that. I wasn't even saying, like, they're bad games. I just thought it was funny how if you had a guide, knew what to do, Space Quest 1 was, like, about an hour. Talking about genres no one cares about, I recall a few years ago I played... Oh, he just interacted with this, maybe? No. Okay, but I got your crystal. Let me in. I need you to go away so I can... I need you to leave so I can mess with the statue. Okay, so we're underground in Shikani's Machinarium. Gonna go back to camp to see if maybe I can get her to leave and go back. One of the big popular publishers of adventure games in the 90s was Lucasfilms. You know, they made the like the Monkey Island series and games like that. One of their big claims to fame was basically you could get to the point you can make it so your character could never die, because one of the main things about the Sierra adventure games was you could get yourself like locked in a scenario where you literally could not beat the game. Sure footage, digital. Just toss that in there. But the with the Sierra adventure games, one of the big complaints of the time was you could get yourself trapped in like an unwinnable situation because you can just keep getting your character killed. And LucasArts' big selling point was there was no way to like trap yourself. One of the jokes in Escape from Monkey Island, The Secret of Monkey Island, is you can have your character, Guybrush Threepwood, just like fall off of a cliff, and he just sort of dusts himself off and just looks at the camera and just says, "Rubber tree," because he falls off this cliff and then he just bounces back on screen. Okay, clearly I'm missing something here. It got to the point that Sierra then took a jab back at LucasArts by basically being like, who needs challenging games? You know, play these games which are basically just like animated movies. I've never played a lot of the LucasArts games. Like, I played Maniac Mansion, Day of the Tentacle, the Monkey Island series, but I haven't played Grim Fandango, which is apparently like one of the best ones made, where you play as a skeleton on a journey through the Mexican afterlife. But I did, however, play Full Throttle, which is an adventure game where you're the leader of a biker club in a pseudo post-apocalyptic world. And that was one of the worst games I've played. Like, storyline-wise, it was fine, but the actual gameplay part of the video game was just abysmal. The fact that it took so long for LucasArts games to just, like, quit making adventure games when that was what they were putting out is genuinely surprising. There is a thing in the game where you're basically just like cruising along the highways and other bikers will show up and you just engage in like a little fight with them. God damn it. I forgot to unmute for the last, like, 20 minutes. How fucking long was I going without people being able to hear me? Oh, for fuck's sake. Ugh. I need to quit being courteous to people. I keep muting myself because I figure people don't want me to listen. Don't want to listen to me just like cough in their ears directly. But then you get shit like this where I start coughing and I can forget to unmute. This isn't going to matter in the future on YouTube because, fortunately for me, I had the sheer presence of mind to be recording in Audacity, so the audio's there. God fucking damn it. I'm so bad. I'm pissed right now. Well, now if I just continue where my train of thought from where I was at, you're gonna not have any context for what I was talking about. This story is decidedly a work of fiction. A man exits a bathroom stall and leaves a lone girl behind him. As for the girl's appearance, if described with a word, it was strange. She wore socks and indoor slippers. If we suppose this is a school, then there's nothing strange about that. On her back, she was wearing a red backpack. If we suppose this is a school, then there is nothing strange about that. And she was wearing a bra and panties. There was nothing strange about the girl wearing underwear in itself. However, for there to be a girl in her underwear in a bathroom stall, that was strange. For her to wear her backpack while in her underwear, that was strange. And for a girl and a man to be alone in a bathroom stall, that was strange. Even if we imagined what kind of unseemly things could have happened here, they couldn't have been described as anything but strange. As the echoes of the man's footsteps began to fade away, the girl remembered she was helplessly forgotten, alone in the former school building. As she sank to the floor, she began to shed her tears while sobbing, "Mezzo, mezzo." There are large numbers of students in the school. Girls make up half the crowd. And so, perhaps it's no longer appropriate to keep calling the girl in our story the girl. Also, if we can tear into her privacy and dignity to satisfy our own curiosity, then her name can easily be revealed here as well. The girl's name is Marie Moria. Your student in the 8th class, she was a kind-hearted girl who worked as a member of the animal racing committee. Her grades were average. She wasn't strong in any subject. PE was her weakest. It could have been said that she was even somewhat below average. Looking at her background, Marie has assumed many class managerial positions such as committee member and team leader. Unfortunately, it's not as if she had any ambition to attain them. Rather, others forced the positions onto her, and she didn't have the strength to refuse them. There were times when she thought of saying farewell to her weaker self, and yet, if she had been able to change herself by thought alone, no one would have had to suffer. And so, without love for herself, Marie headed down the dark alley called Today. For how long had Marie been forced to do the thing she didn't want to do? What kind of shameless deeds were she being forced to do? As for that, there's no need to explain it in detail. The girl did things she didn't want to do and continued being humiliated. That's the simplest way to describe her current circumstances. How had she strayed into this sad fate? One might muse about the excuses for why she was so meager and worthless. She had no choice but to be like that. There was no other way. No way to refuse it. That it was always for the best. Nevertheless, these reasons didn't help her situation one bit. Wanting something in order to make up for one weakness is to invite another weakness. And payment to make up for that weakness again results in the search for another something to compensate. Due to some auditory mishaps involving the production of the stream of Path of Exile 2, tragically, most of the stream has been lost. Do not believe this man's lies when he says that he recorded the previous 20 minutes. He in fact recorded well over an hour, but, you know, in order to protect him from further embarrassment, only the following has been able to be saved from that stream. You know what, Tim Schaefer? I'm fucking glad that Full Throttle 2 didn't happen. I'm glad that series died. Your game fucking sucked. Oh, but it's got Mark Hamill in it. Yeah, so what? Just because you got a voice actor doesn't mean your game's good. Make a better game next time, asshole. The management behind the Henchman Shuffle Twitch account wishes to apologize for this grievous error, and everyone involved will be severely reprimanded as a result of their actions. We thank you for your understanding. You may recall yesterday when we left Dark Souls, I was presently trying to get out of Blighttown. Because I figured people didn't want to watch me try to beat Blighttown for approximately 4 hours, I decided to do it off-stream. Also off-stream, I decided to fight the Stray Demon, which I killed. I also punted over 100,000 souls. But I was able to kill the Stray Demon, and I unlocked this area because I bought the Crest of Artorias. So, we have that going for us. We're going to hit pause because I want to quit using the soul arrows. Oh, you piece of shit bastard. I fucking hate. Okay. So we're back in Darkroot, where I thought this door just opened directly into the Sif fight. It turns out there's this whole other area, and I completely forgot how Dark Souls actually plays. I've been lying to you this entire time. I've never played Dark Souls before. What even is a video game? What is this thing I'm holding in my hand? One of the things I remember is this area was good to just like run right here, hold the shield up, and just have these guys like kill themselves off of you to get just like a handful of souls. Of course, this is way back in the original PlayStation 3 version of the game. It's gonna be like that, is it? Darkroot Garden. Why do I keep thinking it's Darkroot Basin? But anyway, I had considered streaming my attempts to get out of Blighttown. I wanted to leave Blightcon. But I was also listening to not exactly safe for work stuff, so I decided I should probably just do it off stream on my own time. When I inevitably post it on YouTube, it's going to just be fast-forwarded, because that way it'll go through 3 hours or so really quickly. Are these guys part of the covenant with the cat, Alvina, I think it's its name? I really need these guys to leave me alone. You know what I should do? And this is just me spitballing here. What if it... Okay. Stop talking. Just play the video game. What if I quit playing these games that are actively pissing me off and I've decided to play something that I think is fun and I'm interested in? We could go back to Rule of Rose right now. No one needs to know. I could just edit history and delete, like, the last 20 minutes and just be like, oh no, Path of Exile quit working. We're Rule of Rosing now. Why the fuck wasn't that thing working in Path of Exile, though? I don't understand. I don't understand why it wasn't working. I had the item, I was right there where the item was needed. Why wasn't it working? Was it just some weird glitch? Or was I missing something? I don't know. I don't know. And I don't fucking care at this point. Yes, hurry up and die. Oh dear. Also, I think I got it on stream last time, but I have a falchion now. I'm lying to myself that it's better than my greatsword. Not greatsword, longsword. Okay, because I don't think there's a bonfire near Civ. I think I'm just setting myself up for disappointment if I just run all the way there. But I guess that's what I'm gonna do. I'm already in a great mood making terrible decisions. Let's just keep the train rolling. At least I had the presence of mind to not delete my monk. I seriously considered it, though. And if there was a way that I could get that bastard wizard to run off the cliff as well, I would grind that cheese spot so fucking hard like you wouldn't believe. But no, the guy just wants to shoot me from a distance because he's a wizard. He's a coward. Man, I've decided right now, just now, video games are awful. They all suck. I hate them. I'm giving up video games forever now. I'm gonna take up, like, wood carving. Yeah, come on. Jump down here and die. Make your parents proud, kill yourself. Does that other guy not respawn? The bastard with the claymore? Oh, there he is. No, that's a different guy. That made me feel better. What about you? Can I get you to jump off the cliff too? We'll see if we can get everyone to have a nice little party by jumping off the cliff. You guys can go first. I'll join you in a minute. Well, I think I made a bad call there. Oh well. $40. Okay. Games are too expensive these days. I didn't even like Disco Elysium. Why would I buy the not sequel by the people who didn't even work on the first game? I don't know what it is, why the magic can just knock me on my ass so hard, but every time I cast it on anyone else, they just shrug it off instantly. Thank you. Fucking idiot. Piece of shit bastard. I'll get your friends to join you in a second. I'm in a bad mood now. I don't know if I could even actually do anything to it, but part of me wants to try to kill the Cat Covenant leader. Come on. Who's a good boy? Run up the stairs. Go die. Well, I guess that works too. I wonder how magic works against the mushroom guys. Like, I don't recall the trees, the shrubs, being particularly bothered by magic, so I wonder how the mushroom guys handle it. Slight adjustment there. Okay. I knew that was going to happen, but I let it happen anyway. At least it was only the Great Soul Arrow. Like, I also wonder how Sif is gonna handle magic. The real fun of it's gonna be trying to figure out how the Four Kings love magic. Assuming we get there, I don't know. Because after this, I could go try to save Dusk.
Is it not so that Electrova? Well, indeed. I come.
If I had a bow, I could probably do it.
And now.
Man, I don't want to join your covenant. I want to stay with the fair lady.
If thou wearest that ring, it allows for thine summon. If mine senses reveal in truth, fend them off, sir. I shall summon.
Fend them off, sir.
A true, but thou a clap death.
Let's try.
What a fool we have! What a wretched fool we have!
I don't know where to go from here. Also, I would be more worried about that if there were more guys actively around to fight me at the moment. I don't even know why I have 0 parades on my Steam wishlist. Now that I think about it. My delightful beloved viewers, you should all go to my Steam wishlist and buy me games off of my wishlist to make me feel less mad about other games. I can't take your money, but I can take free video games off of you. For all intents and purposes, that was a joke. Don't do that. Unless you want to. Link in the description. This guy's coming with a head full of steam, isn't he? I know I keep bringing it up a lot, but I'm kind of surprised that, like, with Night Rain, since it is just... Let's put everything... Oh, stop running away from me. I'm just going to leave. This is embarrassing for me. I hate you. I hate all of you bastards. I hate all these fucking mushroom guys. I hate them. I've never understood the point of them. Why do you exist? Why is that one lady in the DLC a mushroom? I don't understand. Oh, there's Sif. I wonder if I'm still technically part of the Forest Whatever Covenant. Since, due to no fault of my own, I took a shot at Alvina. I am endearing myself to every single character in this game. You know what? You got a bad rating. It's not even just because I'm in a bad mood, I just don't find this nearly as emotionally effective as everyone else does. I'm emotionally dead inside. Ever since I saw this one ad for a Artorias figure, I can't quite take him seriously. I don't remember which company it was, but they had an Artorias like statue that said it was like 1/4 scale, you know, 1/4 of his height. And I worked out the math that Artorias stood at a kingly, like, 5'11". And so it's like, I'm taller than Artorias. That's what I get for shit-talking his owner, I guess. Is he his owner? I don't know. I'm gonna go with owner. But yeah, during my off-stream adventures in this game, I decided to just go fight the Stray Demon Escape Blightcon 2020. Punt 100,000 souls, get mad. I got a skeleton to wander into the area where Petrus, Anastasia, and them show up. Where the skeleton killed one of the paladins guarding Anastasia. And got most of the way through one of the other paladins when they decided it was my fault that this was happening and they turned against me. But also, I just didn't stream it because I was listening to gay pornography, and I was like, yeah, people don't need to listen to this. Let me know in the comments if you would like to listen to my gay pornography. That's actually why the YouTube video that includes me fast-forwarding through my off-stream adventures is going to be entirely muted. Come on. I need you to be brave. I need you to be brave, run up the stairs, and die. I really hoped that would do more damage. Well, then again, it wasn't just gay pornography, it was also... God's sake. This guy got me killed because he got me thinking about lewd stuff. It's entirely other people's fault, not my own. I need to quit using these. I did notice while I was reviewing my stream footage that when I was talking about how one time I was playing the game and it extended, it gave my character like a really long arm. My character was seated in such a way that basically like her foot was just like up into the flames. And I don't know why that happened, but I noticed it happened when I was looking over the video, and I was like, that's kind of funny. The annoying thing about the whole escape from Blightcon 2020 was the fact that one of the things I was doing before, you know, escape even became an issue is, I was looking to see if the shortcut to the Valley of Drakes was open, and for some reason it wasn't. But when I went all the way around, up through Blighttown, and went around to the Valley of Drakes just to check, the secret exit, the alternate entrance, was open. So I just have no idea what the hell happened. Oh god, I'm gonna lose this straight. I'm gonna die in a fight, in a fist fight against another wizard. This is terribly embarrassing. Okay. You can walk on and shoot me through there, but I can't do that if I don't have direct line of sight, huh? Okay, I just need to quit trying to just kick him. Where the hell was I even going with any of these trains of thought? I wish I were strong enough to kill you with a Black Knight sword. I wish I had the raw muscle ability to do this. I really do. I will lose a speed battle, but I think I can win just by sheer tankiness if I'm able to swing a gigantic piece of iron in your face. I am prepared to try to guts it. See, this is why I'm the best at this game, because they gave up. So, I win. I'm the victor. Stand in awe of my Dark Souls prowess. Now let's kill a dog. It's interesting how the 212 damage here looks like it's doing so much against Sif, but in the Stray Demon fight, where it did similar amounts of damage, it looked like I was doing basically nothing at all. I don't remember offhand. I wonder if I can actually get Artorias' sword here. Like, I know for a fact that it's going to be a pointless gesture on my part getting Artorias' sword, because there's no way I'm going to be able to swing it. I can't swing the Black Knight Greatsword that I have. It takes like a day and a half for me to do this. So I think trying to get Artorias' sword is going to just be a waste of time. You piece of shit bastard. I am very disappointed with the Great Soul Arrow. You would think, since it's the Great Soul Arrow, it would actually do more damage than just flicking a thing with a pencil. My basic bitch heavy soul arrow does more damage than it. Also, I realize I'm swearing a lot, but I kinda really don't care. This shit is all rated to not be watched by children anyway, so I don't care if little Timmy, 10-year-old, hears me say the word fuck once or twice. Hey, little 10-year-old Timmy who's watching my stream who shouldn't be, go fuck yourself. Oh, he's limping, that's so sad. Yeah, yeah. For God's sake. We have acquired the art of abyss walking. What does the Hornet Ring do? I forget. Let's see. Boost critical attack. You know what? I don't feel like trying to run through all that. I'm very heroically running away. I am choosing not to face the consequences of my actions here. I'm debating if I should try going to New Londo or if I should go to Sen's Funhouse. I think I'm gonna go to Sen's Fortress just to try to save Big Hat. I require more sorceries. Oh, right. Since it was due to some shenanigans, I don't know how it happened, I have acquired this ivory talisman. I'm going to proceed to... So, since it's only granted to female clerics, I wonder if male characters can't use it. Like, I know these are good for miracles, but it's like... It really seems like you should be able to use these for sorceries as well. Maybe I'm crazy. But yes, unfortunately for everyone involved, except for me, because my life is perfect, Anastasia and the other guys from the Way of Light have all mysteriously died. That skeleton with the mace really had their number. I think it might have been a curved sword, actually. It probably wasn't a mace. But it was amazing watching it happen. I had to put them down because of the fact that for some reason they decided to... They basically went crazy and just started attacking me. Damnedest thing, really.
Well, hello again.
So.
You seem to need any...
Oh yeah, Oscar is also dead, by the way. Due to him going hollow, he had to be put down as well. It was quite an eventful off-stream adventure. I'm sad you weren't there to see it. Can you buy... Okay, yeah, you can just buy shirts from him. It really seems like you should be able to upgrade catalysts, but I haven't been able to do so. I'm trying to remember offhand what the Titanite chunks are for, like the colored ones. Because I fought the Black Knights in the Undead Asylum, a couple of them dropped like a blue Titanite chunk and a red Titanite chunk, and I just don't remember what they're good for. I want to assume that they're for like imbuing fire into your weapons. But that is probably entirely wrong. You have to be nice to me, it's my birthday. I've never played this game before, you have to be nice to me. What would poor little Timmy, who's not supposed to be watching this stream, say if he saw you being such a mean guy? Can this just be upgraded some more now? Yes. I'm trying to remember who gives Titanite shards. I think it might be the giant blacksmith, or it might be the skeleton blacksmith in the catacombs.
Don't get yourself killed. Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
Try to remember what the guy, Skeleton Beard's name even is. I know it's like a vaguely Spanish-y type of name, but I cannot for the life of me remember. Maybe I should equip a pyromancy. I have fire orb. Yeah, what the hell? We'll lower our standards and equip a pyromancy. And just to lower our standards yet more, we'll actually equip it so we can use the damn things. So the question is, Sense Fortress, New Londo. Fortress Londo, Fortress Londo, Fortress Londo. Okay. Do I want to go to Anor Londo? Do I want to go fight the Four Kinks right now? I think I should probably just go fight the Four Kings. I know the Seath is like a big wizard boy, so I wonder how magic's gonna do against him. I'm beginning to think he's gonna be like the one roadblock I'm gonna have. Due to recent actions, I am now paranoid again that I'm not recording audio. Audibly, whatever. Audioably. Maybe the magic just bounces off of this guy because Great Soul Arrow is a massive disappointment. Right, the whole reason I was coming this way is because I wanted to say Big Hat, because he can actually sell me good stuff. That's fine, I didn't want to be human anyway. Going to sit at the spawn pyre for a quick second. Ding, ding. Anyway, with the Sekiro anime that was announced, I wonder if that's a movie or like an actual series they're going to be doing. I've kind of heard conflicting information about it, so I don't know if it's gonna just be a movie or if it's gonna actually be like a full 26 episode season. How were you the arrows bounced off of their back. That's amazing. I really think that I should probably save my various spells for when I'm further along in the funhouse. I should probably just use my 30-odd soul arrows. Oh, for God's sake. You need to quit holding your shield up. Your arm's gonna get tired, and then you'll know yourself to blame. Come on. Work, you bastard. There we go. I'm undecided whether or not to go all the way through Sen's Fortress to get to the place to go to Anor Londo, because I do want to fight the Four Kinks first. I kind of want to just get them out of the way. Oh, yep. Wait. I'm genuinely surprised I made it out of that alive. You can't make up this timing. I did not set that up in the slightest. It's like, you just can't make that shit up. I like Sekiro, that was a fun game. It was a fun game, and I kinda never want to play it ever again. I got the Platinum Trophy, what more do I need with it? Well, other than the pure enjoyment of it, I suppose. Excuse me. Fuck! I almost rolled directly into that. I know it's, you don't have to, like, try to milk everything for all it's worth, but I'm kind of surprised they never did, like, a DLC or anything for Sekiro. I think I could put more upgrades into Falchion now. You alright? You alright, bud? And they got this guy. He's just on his 15-minute. He hears his snake friend dying to magic and boulders, and he's like, stop. Come on. He hears his friend dying to magic and boulders, and he's just like, well, that's not my problem. Which, I can respect that. Pretty sure if I worked in the fortress here and I heard someone getting killed by boulders and magic, I also would be like, well, that's not my problem. I'm trying to remember offhand. I'm trying to think what area this is meant to be similar to from Demon Souls. Like, I suppose not everything needs to be a reference to what came before, but I kind of get, like, Tower of Latria vibes. Well, the first, like... Oh, come on, man. The first, like, checkpoint. The first checkpoint area, anyway. Level, I suppose. So we can run all the way to Anor Londo. I want to be cocky and arrogant and say we could probably get through Ornstein's Smoke pretty quickly. I know that's not going to be the case. That guy was really scaring me with how close he was. If nothing else, I could actually get to Anor Londo. The question is, do I want to actually do that, or do I want to go to the New Londo water park? Gotta leave that guy alone for now, because we're gonna kill him with a boulder in a minute. Is it turned off? Yeah, I guess it's turned off because I've got to the other area. It hasn't really come across in this playthrough because I've been wearing like a lot of cloth armors. But one of the things I really enjoy about the series is just like the little crunchy jingling noises of like the armor. It's just one of those things that I recall first hearing in one of these games and just really liking. And it's like, I can't really come up with a justification as to why. Hashtag free big hat. I don't remember. If I kill Big Hat, can I get his big hat? Oh, come on. One more. One more for good measure. I get the feeling that I'm forgetting some... I'm forgetting a key or something to save Big Hat. I just know that I'm gonna get all the way down to him, and then it's gonna be like, oh, thank you. You have a key, right? And I'll be like, no. Wait a second. It almost got me. I almost fell for the obvious trap. Is this a mimic? I don't remember. Yeah, it is. See how you like this. That's embarrassing. I need you to leave me alone, please. I should probably not fight next to the elevator. Damn. I was hoping that he would get taken by the elevator. The spiky death trap is not good enough for the likes of me, but it's good enough for the likes of him. Dang it. And the annoying thing is, the spell connected when I died. Once more, back into the funhouse. I don't remember if in a Scholar of the First Sin, if they changed the thing about the chests in the game. Because I remember playing through original vanilla DS2 that if you hit a treasure chest like once or twice, it would destroy the item inside. Which, of course, upset people because mimics still existed. And I just don't remember if they changed that with Scholar of the First Sin or not. I can't imagine that they did. What? The wall... Okay. You think magical carpentry will save you? It won't. Oh, I just realized something. I knew it! I knew as soon as I saw that bastard taking his fiber that the wall, that this reset. Oh, it's Sigmire. I'm taller than you. Let's try to kill a sorcerer, shall we? So I guess I need to hit a bonfire to make it so this doesn't reset again. Ow, my knees. You ever hear some of the news about these adaptations that are coming out and you're just like, why does that need to be a thing? I really don't understand, like, who was clamoring for a live-action Elden Ring movie. Oh, he almost got me. Motherfucker. Okay, so it reset again. That's fine. That's fine. Theoretically, that mimic is also dead. Sen's Funhouse is not going quite as easily as I had hoped it was going to. Just gonna run past these guys because I don't feel like messing with them. I don't want to fight. I don't want trouble. Gonna just keep moving and grooving. Schmoovin'. I'm really glad that I stopped for a second there because I very nearly tried to run into midair. Come on. Quit blocking the way, please. Yep, that just reset again, didn't it? Of course it did. Sigmire, you're okay. But then again, I suppose thinking about it, I guess it doesn't really matter, my opinion, on why I just punted 13,000 souls. I know why I did that, but I'm still not happy about it. But, you know, the existence of the Elden Ring movie, it's fine. It doesn't matter to me, but I just bring it up because I'm a hater of adaptations. I don't know why it needs to exist. I don't know what you could possibly do with a 2.5 hour long Elden Ring movie. I need you to quit following me. I need you to get hit by the pendulum and die, please. Right, Resident Evil. Okay. I was sitting here thinking, there was some other adaptation that just had, like, a big thing done about it that I didn't care for either, but I couldn't remember what it was. And then I remembered that it was the new Resident Evil movie that's coming out. That's being directed by the guy that did that movie, Weapons. Where basically it's Resident Evil in name only. That was another adaptation that I saw the teaser trailer for, and I was just like, I'm not going to see this movie. I am actively trying to quit watching things that I know for a fact is going to make me upset. Like, I didn't watch the Monster Hunter movie or the last Resident Evil movie because I knew I wasn't going to like them. But I still have people I know who try to tell me that I should watch it. Because I might like it. And it's like, I know I won't, so please stop. Trying to think of what the last, like, adaptation, not even necessarily, like, movie-wise, I watched was. The one that immediately came to mind, and I know I've watched things between then and now, was, the anime adaptation of Dragon's Dogma. I know that I watched that one and I didn't care for it. Aw, man. Took the item with them. I seem to recall there was some, like, ring in there. Ah, well, what are you gonna do? So if I jump down this hole, I just die, I'd assume. What's the point of this, then? That's just an odd thing. Thank you, message. I wouldn't have thought of that. This whole section is reminding me of this area from Lies of P. Alright, let's go get disappointed I don't have the key to save Big Hat. Sup? There's items. You'll have to wait, I'm sorry. Wait a second, can I just save him now? I might just be able to save him because I have the master key. See, this just seems like the obvious trap to just get winged from behind by a giant boulder.
You seem quite lucid. A rare thing in these times.
I'm the most lucid man you've ever seen.
I'm a bit cooped up, as you can see. I have a bright idea. Suppose you set me free.
I have a great idea. How about you free me from prison?
Oh, heavens. Thank you. I say, and I'd love to resume my travels, but I must log a few things first, and I owe you a favor. I will return to Firelink Shrine. Speak with me there, so that I may impart my sorcery.
For some reason, it never occurred to me until just now that Logan had a face.
Oh, hello. Don't I'll be along later. Whoa, Albert is a fine young one.
Also, I'm kind of disappointed to learn that he just looks like that. I thought he would have, like, a wizard beard. Oh, you just went back to your starting location. Why did that happen? This is gonna end badly now, because, yep. Fucking knew that was gonna happen. Eh. Who the hell even reset this? I think I should turn back into a human at the next bonfire. Just because I don't want to actually fight the giant. I want to have Turkus do something for me. My back hurts. I need someone else to do the heavy lifting. Oh dear. Okay, just gonna have the thing reset again, of course. Where did that fucker even come from? I know I should take away the lesson that I shouldn't just run from A to B drawing aggro on literally everyone, but it's the only way I know how to live. I don't want to try to fight things fair. Speaking of Dragon's Dogma, though, there was that piece of news that came out a few days ago that Capcom has more or less confirmed that there's going to be more Dragon's Dogma games. So I think that's neat. I haven't actually finished it, but I've liked what I've played so far of Dragon's Dogma 2. I like what I've played of Dragon's Dogma 2, and I like what I played of the online version, Dragon's Dogma Online, which was like nowhere near long enough to actually be able to form a real opinion on it. I am now the most unstoppable killing machine on the face of the earth. Cannot be stopped. Oh, never mind. I don't know why I just keep letting that happen. But then again, I suppose you could say I haven't really made any real progress in Dragon's Dogma 2 either. I do keep thinking I should replay Dragon's Dogma 1 just because I never did the Dark Arisen DLC. I never did, like, Bitter Black Isle. I only ever did, like, the base game and called it a day. But I did like it. It's a fun, janky action RPG. Yeah, hey, come on. We should have our meeting over here. I'll wait here for you. There you go. That's the way you do it. We've settled our differences like gentlemen. All of your friends are waiting for you just right over here. Come on. The problem I have with the idea of going back to, like, replay the Dark Arisen DLC in Dragon's Dogma, and this is entirely a problem of my own, like, of my brain just getting on my own case. I have all of these other new games that I should play. Because I've spent however many thousands of dollars on them. But it's like, what if I replayed this game from 13 odd years ago? It's just one of those thoughts that I occasionally have where it's like, I should replay games, and it's like, or you should play the new games you have that you haven't played. Ah, fuck it, we'll give it one more try. I was debating calling it there or trying one last time, and we're gonna go one more. Okay. What even shot me? Was it the Snake Wizard? Now I have no reason to go back. I should really just go to Firelink, try to talk to Big Hat, or go to New Londo. You know, start the annoyance there. I do wonder with the New Londo area, you need the transient curses to be able to, you know, hit the ghosts with your swords and so on. Do I still need the transient curses to shoot them with the magic arrow? Despite having played this game 6 or so times, I've never actually done a sorcerer playthrough. I never touched sorceries. I don't touch magic. I don't want anything to do with that stuff. Hey guy, how you doing? I'm sure since it's a gameplay thing, I'll need the transient curses. But it's still just something that I wonder. I don't remember offhand, but I'm trying to remember if being lizard cursed can make it so you can also interact with ghosts. You bastard. Come on, man. Couldn't you have been nice and just died for me? Wouldn't that have been a fun thing to do? Just get cleaved in twain by a gigantic pendulum blade? Oh, that's I knew that was gonna happen. This is why you don't play with pyromancies. You'll go to try to do honest, God-fearing sorceries, and then you'll try to use a shit-ass fireball. I don't remember offhand either if, one, if you can even learn Gwyn's Lightning Bolt. And if you can, whether... For God's sake, I knew it was going to happen, but I let it happen anyway. I let it happen anyway because I'm a fucking moron. I want to thank you for joining me for half of a stream of Path of Exile 2. I apologize for my crumb bum attitude recently. Like, follow, subscribe, all that. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Goodbye.